I love when he says that. When the golden age of radio lives on. It is true though, isn't it? It's even better than the golden age of radio these days. It is awesome. The show has never been so much fun. This Periscope app, YouTube Live, My Freedom Radio. Who needs FM radio when it's this easy to access? And I can see you if you're on Periscope, and I hope you are. Will you do me a favor if you get a chance? Will you invite your friends to join us on Periscope? And you can do that by going to the little button on the bottom right. I believe if you click it, it'll give you the option to share this broadcast with the people who follow you on Twitter or with the people who follow you on Periscope. So if you're listening to the show, and I hope you are, just know that you can be part of it in a much more intimate and involved way, and that's with the Periscope app. Where'd my Periscope app go? Loading, real time, live. Why am I not seeing it? There we go. The Periscope app. It's integrated with Twitter and makes everything a whole lot more fun. But also YouTube. Just search My Freedom Radio, one word, My Freedom Radio. And let's rock and roll because it's a new day in Omerica. It really is a new day in Omerica today, isn't it? The Supreme Court has ruled. And that's a problem. Should the Supreme Court rule? Should one branch of government rule over the other branches of government? I don't think so. And why does it do that? I'll explain why it does that. I might even get Chris Ann Hall on the show in just a little while to help talk about it as well. My Periscope broadcast is freaking out on me. If you'll bear with me, I'm going to try to get this thing reset. What's going on with it? It always has, so far, it's been very reliable. And I want to make sure, because I can't see you. All right, it says loading. We're going to redo it. It says live. Oh, there we go. I bet if I double tap you, you'll come back. No, you won't. I'm going to linger. I don't mind lingering here until we get this thing set up. What I'm going to do is restart it if I can. It says loading. Well, I don't know if you can see me, but I cannot see you. So hopefully it will resolve itself, but I'm not going to let that interrupt me because I have so much to tell you. There's a big day yesterday at the city council meeting. Did you see? If you didn't see, I'm going to share it with you. I'm going to share it with you. I already have. If you want to see it, I'll share it with you so you can hear it at the city council meeting. When I addressed them and I called for the resignation of Keith Curry, and I'm going to cue that up for us here in just a minute. I got a chance twice, actually, to go up. They were very kind to me, the Panama City Beach City Council. They were very, very kind to me. And I'm going to cue it up here. I want you to hear right away what happened when I went in front of them and asked Keith Curry to resign. And I give the reasons why I asked Keith Curry to resign. And we'll see if we can cue this thing up and get it rolling. Here we go. Take a listen to what happened. Thank you. I had mentioned to you that, to my surprise, I took Councilman Curry up on his offer to come visit him at his house, which was quite frankly the most bizarre thing I've ever been told in 9 years dealing with elected officials. Longer than that, if you consider my time as a public affairs officer in the U.S. Air Force. I don't think I've ever heard that before, and it sounded a whole lot like a challenge. And I didn't appreciate at all Councilman Curry's hostility and belligerence afterward, to the point that police had to sort of step between us. I invited him to come on my show, and without getting into too many details, I didn't appreciate that. I certainly, though, didn't appreciate knocking on the address that he gave and finding out that it was a police officer's address. I certainly didn't think that was going to happen. I mean, I had been getting conflicting reports, but it was awfully strange. When he gave that address, he said, "My name is Keith Curry, and I live at this address, and I'm not giving that address again just because it's not his." And so what I'm asking, Councilman Curry, is I asked you to recuse yourself from the last vote based on news reports, and today I'm asking you to resign based on giving a false address and telling a citizen to shut up and challenging a citizen. Will you resign?
No, sir.
Okay. Madam Mayor, would the council and you consider censuring Councilman Curry for his behavior? That would chill speech and dissenting points of view from average citizens. It's not easy for me to stand in front of you and call for this. It is very difficult for citizens to muster up the courage to come in front of you in this setting and do that. And I'm asking if you would censure him for giving a false address. We don't give false addresses, and we don't expect him to.
Mr. Johnson.
All right, we have resolved our Periscope video, and I don't want you to miss what I said. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you. I'll be able to turn the camera around and show you if you're watching on Periscope. And again, if you get a chance, would you please invite as many people as you can to watch the broadcast? And you can do that if you look at your Periscope app. On the bottom right, there's a button. If you push that button, it'll say invite followers, invite everybody, whatever. But let people know where we are, because I'm telling you, there was a major change that took place at the meeting yesterday. I promise you there was. At the end of the meeting, I'm going to name names. Why not, right? It's just us, right? It's just you and me. Do you know who Darrell Sellers is? Darrell Sellers is one of Wes Pittman's, I would call him a henchman, okay? He's got the booming voice, and he's a little bit of a smartass when he's up there. Darrell Sellers. You know who I'm talking about, right? And, yeah, he's a blue shirt, exactly. And he's a tough guy, big guy with deep voice, and, we've had enough of this. And he actually called for Big Brother. He got on there, and he called for Big Brother. That was his answer. But I'm gonna replay this, because now that I got you, okay?
Mr. Thompson.
Watch this.
Are you?
Yes.
Let's see if I can get this just right for you. This is what happened yesterday. Thank you. I had mentioned to you that, to my surprise, I took Councilman Curry up on his offer to come visit him at his house, which was quite frankly the most bizarre thing I've ever been told in 9 years dealing with elected officials.
If you like what I'm saying, will you give me some parts? Just tap that screen
public affairs
there.
officer in the U.S. Air Force. I don't think I've ever heard that before, and it sounded a whole lot like a challenge. And I didn't appreciate at all Councilman Curry's hostility and belligerence afterward, to the point that police had to sort of step between us. I invited him to come on my show, and without getting into too many details, I didn't appreciate that. I certainly, though, didn't appreciate knocking on the address that he gave and finding out that it was a police officer's address. I certainly didn't think that was going to happen. I mean, I had been getting conflicting reports, but it was awfully strange. When he gave that address, he said, "My name is Keith Curry, and I live at this address, and I'm not giving that address again just because it's not his." And so what I'm asking, Councilman Curry, is I asked you to recuse yourself from the last vote based on news reports, and today I'm asking you to resign based on giving a false address and telling a citizen to shut up and challenging a citizen. Will you resign?
No, sir.
Okay. Madam Mayor, would the council and you consider censuring Councilman Curry for his behavior? That would chill speech and dissenting points of view from average citizens. It's not easy for me to stand in front of you and call for this. It is very difficult for citizens to muster up the courage to come in front of you in this setting and do that. And I'm asking if you would censure him for giving a false address. We don't give false addresses, and we don't expect him to.
Mr. Johnson, we would have to talk about it with the legal staff, but in the last incident that involved a council person, we were told that the Ethics Commission would be the people that would do that.
Understood. Thank you for letting me express my point of view and what happened. Appreciate it very much. See you.
So that's how that went down. Councilman Curry, of course, declined. I requested a censure, and well, you heard what happened. And I'll tell you what, the city council had a different demeanor about them. They were much more friendly, much more accommodating. Councilman Curry wasn't there, by the way. He didn't show up. There was an empty seat, and in front of that empty seat was a speakerphone. So he did it by speakerphone. You understand? He wasn't there, but there was a pitcher of water there for the speakerphone. I did notice that there was a pitcher of water for the speakerphone, and that was interesting. And I can report that the speakerphone was well hydrated, as I was a little bit later. But what I'm trying to say is this is what citizens need to be doing, don't you think? When they stand together, the great forbidders, and they have the gavel and they have the rules, Robert's Rules of Order. It is very difficult to stand up there, especially when you've got blue shirts over here heckling and so on and so forth. Well, I don't know if I brought it in or not. Let me check. No, I didn't. But I did go with my red Solo cup in protest of them banning beer on the beach in the month of March. As a matter of fact, that was my second time up there. And I'd like to share with you the first time I went up there. Do you know what they were talking about earlier? They were talking about like $800,000 of federal grants to buy radios, walkie-talkies. They were throwing around $1 million, 17,000. They couldn't figure out whether it was $1 million or $17,000. I said, this doesn't sound like a government that's $18 trillion in debt. As a matter of fact, here's what I said the first time. That I'll show you how it went. I'm queuing it up here in just a moment. Let me find out when it was. It was at 15:20 mark that I was able to go up there, and it went a little something like this.
Thank you,
Watch
Chief.
this.
Thank you.
I have a request. Mr. Thompson, you want to speak on?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It seems, it almost seems like we don't have $18 trillion in debt. I didn't realize we were throwing around $1 million today. As a former Air Force captain, and I brought my Solo cup, by the way, in protest, I hope you don't mind. On it, it says liberty, rule of law, and private property, and I wanted to remind us of that. As a former Air Force captain, I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and that includes the Fourth Amendment as well, the right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. And with your recent penchant for criminalizing ordinary activity because outsiders crashed spring break, committed violent crimes, and left, and with your newfound affinity to outlawing things, I'm not sure that our city can be trusted with more law enforcement tools, and I'd ask that you reconsider that. I'd also like to, just for a moment, address Councilman Curry, who last week at the meeting told me to shut up and to put on my big boy pants, and later, when we talked, was hostile enough that police got in between us when I asked him to be on my show. And telling a citizen to shut up and then giving an address that was not, in fact, his address. Ms. Mayor, I went to that house, and I knocked on that door since he invited me, and it's not his address. He gave a false address. Last week, Councilman Curry, I asked you to recuse yourself because of reports of belligerent behavior. This week, I'm asking you, Councilman Curry, to resign as councilman for telling a citizen to shut up and giving a false address.
Your Honor, may I ask you a question? Excuse me, sir. What does that have to do with what we're talking about here?
This is John Reeker.
I mean, I don't doubt that Mr. Thompson has the right to say what he wants, but we're talking about an issue with the fire department here. Is that correct? Is that what the discussion in this public meeting is supposed to be about, Your Honor?
It is.
So I would beg to defer this to be later, or let us finish the part with the fire department and the grant from FEMA.
Would it be okay, Madam Mayor, if we took this up for a couple of minutes, perhaps after the meeting, so I don't interrupt the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you
If you
very
don't
much.
mind, let us finish the public hearing and
Thank
then.
you very much.
Thank you.
So that's how that
Is
went.
there any other comments from the audience concerning?
And I'll tell you, with regard to John Riekert, at first I was a little ticked at him until I realized really what he did. And what he did was carve out dedicated time for me to address Keith Curry. And so what ended up happening, Curry declined to resign, continues to sit in office. Do you think he's learned his lesson? No red Solo cup emoji. No, I'm sorry, there's not. But you know what I brought the red Solo cup for? Because symbols matter. That's why they have blue shirts. That's why they have white shirts. It's the blue shirts versus the white shirts. And it shouldn't be, damn it. It should be Americans, and that's what the red Solo cup stands for. If you're an American, you believe in the rule of law, you believe in liberty, and you believe in private property. And the Supreme Court yesterday opined that those things don't matter anymore. We now live in an America where it is illegal to be intolerant. It is illegal. And what I call that is totalitarian tolerance. The Supreme Court has ruled totalitarian tolerance. That's what we have to be like. Now, I'm noticing when I talk into the Periscope app, usually the camera is right here. So it looks like I'm looking over your shoulder, and I'm trying my best to look at the camera because I've got it switched up. See, that way it looks like I'm looking at you. This way, though, I can charge my phone, and you can see a little bit more of the Liberty Lounge. Oh, yeah, the Liberty Lounge is back, Jack. And you know what else? I got to tell you, being at that council meeting yesterday, people had kind of forgotten about you and me for a while. I don't know if you know, but I got fired back in August, and it took a little while to get back on our feet. But I told you the truth would have its day. I told you this was going to be a place that you could believe in, that they're not going to buy me out. They're not going to intimidate me. They're not going to threaten to pull advertisers, and then I'm not going to tell you the truth. That ain't happening. And do you know what else? Not a single news outlet reported that a city councilman gave a false address. Not only a false address, he gave the address of a former police officer. And do you want to know what else? It's the former police officer who owns the bar that he is accused in the news report of using the N-word in. So you talk about a racial slur using politician who's going to vote to reform the behavior of buck wild spring breakers. I am more concerned about buck wild politicians than buck wild spring breakers. I'm more concerned about 5 people who convene whenever so that they can tell you and I when we can go down to the beach with what and who can do business with whom and when. Those are buck wild politicians. And I've started with Keith Curry, and he is a jerk, okay? The other people are real nice. They're nice guys. Nobody nicer than Rick Russell. But here's the deal. I don't give a flip if you're nice or if you're a jerk. If you think you can vote to criminalize ordinary recreational behavior in the month of March, and we can do it the other 11 months out of the year, you're next. You can be nice, you can be friendly, or you can be a jackass. But if you lord over us, I'm going to be on your butt every day. And you know what? I got a feeling. I've got a feeling. Nobody wants to be the first one on the dance floor, okay? But now that I'm there, right, it's really ugly to watch me dance by myself, by the way. It's not pretty to watch me dance with anybody. I could be in a crowd of people and you, we get the point. But now that I'm out there, you might as well link arms with me and we might as well make the ground rumble. And I'm telling you, 2 of them followed me out. They were very nice. They don't want to be memed. They don't want to have a video made of them. They don't want us to challenge them. But if you lord over us, I'm coming after you next. And I'll do it not in a scorched earth way. I'll do it in a respectful way. But damn it, you do not have the rightful authority to lord over another human being. Who gave you that authority? Well, Bernie, we got together and convened a special meeting. We voted on it. You can't vote away our rights. God gave us our rights. You ever heard of this song called America the Beautiful? In the song, it says, this land is your land, this land is my land. And that's not Thailand. I didn't say this land is Thailand. I know people who go to Thailand, though, for 3 weeks, but I don't want to get into that right now. What? What do they do in Thailand? I said this land is your land, this land is my land, is what I said. And I want you to hear something, because there's a part of the song that I dig, that I really dig. And if I can find it, I'm going to share it with you. And so I know I've been lingering a bit here. This has not been a fast-paced show, but I hope you find it to be a valuable show, because we also have to talk about what is happening in Omerica and some of the new hallmarks in Omerica. And the most important thing to understand, and this really is the most important thing to understand, there are 2. Okay, are you with me? Number 1, the law no longer means what it says. The law means what they want it to mean. Okay, so we no longer live under the rule of law. I've been telling you that the rule of law has been supplanted by the law of rulers, and that has never been more true than it is today. Why does Justice Roberts vote the way he does? Why does he do whatever Barack Obama tells him to do? Best I can make of it is he's either on the take or he is compromised by NSA. And so he's willing to sell America completely out. And here's the thing, Justice Roberts. If you've got something to hide, to hell with it. Bring it out. Bring out the dirty pictures and let's get on with freedom. Bring out the dirty pictures and let's get on with liberty. Bring out the dirty pictures and let's save this country, damn it. Why won't people do that? See, if there is no country, there is no you. You think it's NSA? Some of you say it's NSA. I believe they are compromised by NSA. We all are compromised by NSA. You understand that you and I are this close away from being a political prisoner in America today because we have permitted the rule of law to be supplanted by the law of rulers. We have permitted the Constitution to be treated the way Occupy protesters treat police cars. That's what we've allowed, and that's why we're here. All right, I want to invite you to join me. If you've got comments by phone, if you'd like to join me on the phone, if you're listening on TuneIn Radio or My Freedom Radio, or if you're watching on YouTube, isn't YouTube the bomb? I mean, live on YouTube, are you kidding me? I hope, listen, this is my goal, because I know that this get ready that we had going for the past 8 months has not been easy. It's been a little spotty. I've gone through some pain trying to make this happen. But now you've got a multiplicity of platforms. Now you have a lot of ways that you can join us on the show. It doesn't get much easier than going to YouTube and typing My Freedom Radio, one word, and that's the channel. And you can watch the show there. You can call me. Here's the number, 850-252-8260, 850-252-8260. But here are the most important things about the Obama situation, about the Supreme Court. Number one, the law does not mean what it says. The Supreme Court yesterday said that the law as written, because as written, the states don't get the subsidies. But they said, well, that's what they meant. Laws are supposed to be what they say, not what somebody thinks they meant to say. Okay? So the law, that's number one. Number two, and this is very important, When I tell you it's not politics as usual, this is one of the facets of that. Barack Obama is not a lame duck president. They always talk about a president in his second term, in the second half of his second term, is a lame duck president. That was true until Barack Obama broke the mold. Barack Obama is not a lame duck president. Barack Obama is straight up gangsta. Don't look at me. That's what Chris Rock said. Chris Rock said straight up gangsta. He said if he wins a second term, okay, how about he's got flexibility? That's what he told Medvedev. If you wait for my second term, I got flexibility. Here's why. Okay, here is why Barack Obama breaks the mold, why he is the most influential political figure in the history that I've ever seen. Because of his superhero powers. What are they? He's got 3 of them at least. 1, he can make what used to be considered bizarre ordinary. Number 2, he can make criminal activity in the White House just politics. Yeah, everybody's done it, just politics. And number 3, he can get the GOP Congress and the Supreme Court to do whatever he wants. Those are the most important things, those 3 things that he's been able to do. He's not a lame duck president. He is America's reckoning. Barack Obama sees himself as America's reckoning. Do you agree with that? Do you think Barack Obama, and you know who makes this great distinction is Dinesh D'Souza. He's worse than Jimmy Carter. Listen, Jimmy Carter was a bumbler. Okay, he was like Mr. Magoo. All right, Jimmy Carter sucked, but he didn't hate America. He was hostile toward some of our values, right? This cat, though, is a whole different story. Barack Obama, he thinks he's America's reckoning. He's not a bumbler. As a matter of fact, he has been more successful than anybody could have ever dreamed of because nobody will check him. That's one of his superhero powers. The Supreme Court votes and gives him whatever he... And I know we say, well, they were voted, he lost 9 Supreme Court rulings at one time. He lost 9. That's true. But he doesn't lose the ones he needs. And why doesn't he? Do you have theories? Phone number is 850-252-8260. And then you have the GOP in the Senate. Do you know who cast the deciding vote for Obama trade without reading it? Any guesses? Anybody? Bueller? It was Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, without voting on it, voted for Obama trade. It's not politics as usual, and it's not Democrats versus Republicans anymore. It's the insiders versus the outsiders, and you and I are on the outside. And do you know what we need to do when we're on the outside and they tell us to move over? We do what Captain America did. Do you know what Captain America did? I'm going to show you. Is that Brandy? Welcome, Brandy. You finally got here. Red carpet welcome for Brandy. I'm so glad to have you here. I want to show you what we should do when a politician tells us to shut up or when a politician tells us to move over. I can't wait to show you this. This is what we ought to do. I was looking through some comic books because that's the way I live my life. Right? I live a comic book life. Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen it, this was how I was sitting waiting for my turn to talk at the city council meeting. Can you see that? With my red Solo cup that says liberty, rule of law, and private property. I was just waiting to have my time, and I got it. And if you agree that the red Solo cup with the American flag and the rule of law and liberty and private property rights is a better representation and a better symbol of being an American in Bay County than is a blue shirt versus a white shirt, that's unifying. That's all of us together. Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter. We're together, you and me together. That's a better representation. And I will make these if you'll carry them. We should have way more red Solo cups than they have red shirts and blue shirts. Would you agree with that? And would you carry one? Would you make one? Symbols are important. Symbols matter. That guy you see behind me, turn around and give a wave. That's Bobby Lago. That's Commander Lago. He's going to join us in a minute. Commander Lago, retired Navy, has a theory he shared with me. He has a new formulation he shared with me at my favorite saloon last night. And I said, "Hey, Bobby, you're getting a lot of welcomes and a lot of hellos. So everybody's excited. I'm excited to see you." And so we're going to have Bobby with us in a minute. He had this new idea about liberty being like water. And I cannot wait for you to hear this. I was riveted at his formulation, and I'm going to share that with you. But I want to show you this too. When a politician or when the federal government or when anybody tells us to shut up, when anybody tells us to move over, this is the proper response. Can you see this? This is Captain America. And Captain America says, "No, you move." And that is exactly what we did at the city council meeting yesterday. We stood there and we said, "No, we will not shut up. And no, we don't have to run for office. There are other ways for Americans to make a difference. We don't have to run for office if we don't want to run for office. And if you want to measure swinging big boy pants, Keith Curry, we can measure swinging big boy pants. If that's what you want to do, block off all the time you need, and we'll measure swinging big boy pants if you want to." I got a feeling, though, Keith Curry knows he stepped in it, is what I'm trying to say. And I got a feeling he regrets it. But let me tell you something. Some things are unforgivable. And standing up there and lording over us and telling us what we can and cannot do is unforgivable to me. And I'm telling you, Rick Russell and John Riekert and Madam Mayor Gail Oberst, you better reverse course. If you think you were scared of Sean Hannity, if you think you were scared of Wes Pittman, just wait until the citizens and the residents come with the red Solo cups and start coming after you one by one in respectful, lawful ways that are not intimidating, but that are true. And I'm telling you something, and I'm going to tell you this, and you're not going to believe me, but this is what happened. When I stood there, as I showed you, and spoke to them with truth on fire, after the meeting, even Daryl Sellers came and up to me and said how, well, you know, Bernie, I listened to you and we agree a lot and we could be friends after this. And he didn't have that deep booming voice talking about the sinners. Because you know what? You're using God's name in vain when you act like the holier than holy molies. You're using God's name in vain when you stand on Scripture to steal the rights that God Almighty gave us when we were born. You're using God's name in vain. It reminds me of a song, of a part of a song in The Games People Play by Joe South. You remember The Games People Play? Where he talks about how people walk, hallelujah, and then they want to sock it to you in the name of the Lord. Well, that's like the syndicate of sanctimoniousness. And I'm telling you, even Daryl Sellers, I think he didn't scowl at me like he used to do. He came up, and it almost looked like he knew he was wrong. And we can win this thing by standing on the truth. Do you know why? Because it's not about Keith Curry. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's not even about your jobs. It's not even about the beach. It's about the truth. And the truth is, they're wrong and we're right. The truth is, they're a bunch of dorks and we're cool. So why don't we act cool and go there and link arms and tell them, no, you move. You know why? Because you don't think there's enough of us. I'm telling you, there are enough of us. All right, quick break. And when we get back, I want my friend Bobby to share with you some thoughts about liberty and how it's like water. It's an amazing concept. And we'll be back in just a minute on myfreedomradio.com.
and I'm going to be following some people dressed in black. And to prove it to you, because I'll prove it to you, when you go into a courtroom, you see the judge sitting there in his tribunal. He has a sign in front that they slide in, the Honorable Joe P. Schmuckatelli, and there's another sign below it. What does that sign say?
In God we trust.
No. You have the name of the judge, and it has another sign underneath it. Presiding.
Presiding.
Judges preside in the courtroom. They execute the law and they keep the order inside of that courtroom. That's their job, not to establish a law, not to bully people with the law either. And we see a lot of that happens many times in different courts at the different levels. So our founders were very clear about the fact that the court of all of them is the Supreme Court is the least powerful of all, residing the most power in the Congress, specifically in the House of Representatives, to a lesser degree the Senate, who was by the 13th Amendment violated, the 17th Amendment violated because they used to represent the states. So now you have no states being represented, people not even being represented correctly, and a president who has absorbed all these power because the pusillanimity of our friends in Congress have given away their constitutional sworn powers to the president.
You know, the headline in Breitbart is the Supreme Court declares itself God, redefines marriage and rights.
There you go.
Do you agree with that? I'd like to take calls on this. And by the way, I noticed that that I forgot to click on, quite frankly, it was my fault. I forgot to click back on the YouTube video. So if you were watching on YouTube and you notice that it never went back on, it is on again. So YouTube is back up. And if you've ever wanted to see the suave and charming Bobby Lago in all his glory, he is right there in front of right here, right in the new Liberty Lounge. So YouTube, if you go to YouTube and you click on or you search My Freedom Radio, one word, My Freedom Radio, one word, you'll be able to watch us again. So if you had done that, or of course on Periscope. Get everybody on Periscope. It's the most intimate and fun way to do it. But let's go to the phones now, and our friend Jeff. Hey, Jeff, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you, Bernie. Would you mind calling me Sarah for this call?
Sarah, okay. I'll call you Sarah.
Well, you guys fun people.
You know, she's going to call that, she's going to accuse me of slander again because of that joke. You know, jokes are not funny, Jeff. I want you to know that around here.
I'm sorry. It happens.
So
well, I looked up a dictionary from 1604, and I couldn't even find the word liberty in it. So does that mean that the city council is open to call it whatever they want?
This is hilarious because the last time this lady called, she was Sarah, and I said,
But that's a Sarah or a different Sarah?
It was Regina, but she
but it's okay, got it.
But online, because they troll online, they always bring up the 1828 definition of liberty. It's the only time I've ever heard this in my life. These are the only people I've ever heard in my life say that. So when she called and said she was Sarah,
so what is their definition of 1820?
Jeez, you know, I don't want to glaze my eyes over again, but the point he's making is in the 1600s.
Because I can give you that definition.
Yeah, I'm sure you could.
And liberty is not the same as freedom.
And I told them that. I said liberty is freedom plus
morality.
Now,
that was from Chris Ann.
Yeah.
Liberty is having self-agency, self-control of our decisions, while freedom is having no necessity or being oppressed against something.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Similar but different.
Jeff, what else is on your mind? As long as we got you here.
Well, the Supreme Court opinion, and of course my opinion, is that the government has no place sanctioning my marriage or anyone else's marriage.
Especially the federal government.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's their place to force any kind of an opinion on a state. Let the states have an opinion on it. Of course, my belief is that the state should keep its nose out of it as well. If they want to allow me to sign a civil contract with my wife or whatever person I choose for, cases of power of attorney, if I'm in the hospital, somebody needs to make a decision, that's fine. But I don't need them telling me I'm married. Now, 2 men, 2 women getting married, that doesn't affect my marriage.
Yeah.
That doesn't make me Christian or not Christian. I just don't want the state telling me that I can or can't be married, or telling somebody else that you're not married until the state gets involved.
Well, Jeff, I'll tell you this. One of the best political arguments and most well-reasoned arguments I've heard of yet comes from Miss Sarah Moon, who says she's all for gay marriage because she believes that everybody should have the equality of paying divorce fees at least once. That's her philosophy.
Well, actually, Scalia mentioned something to that effect that he's being made fun of because he said because it wasn't Roberts, it was the other Kennedy was talking about how this opens relationships, etc. And Scalia makes a fun saying, no, because if you look at the hippies from the '60s, marriage actually constrains your intimacy. So, it's a pretty good take on that. But you're right, the state should not even be involved with it. And they have opened the door to the state being in your business.
I knew a professor once who said, "Look, I'm all for equality, but I don't know why you want to be so square. I mean, we don't have to be married. I don't know. But I think there's a couple of points here that we should really think about. Number one, and I stick on this one the most, is that the federal government has no authority at all that they can point to be the arbiter of marriage. They have no authority. They just gave themselves that authority. That's, to me, the number one point in this whole thing. And
the argument should have stopped there.
And the argument should have stopped there. Hey, Jeff, by the way, I want to, I hope you don't mind, but I want to tell Bobby, because he appreciates some of the things you do. Jeff is the brains and the creative work behind some of these 21st century cartoons that we call memes. So those fantastic ones I've been showing you.
Fantastic. They're awesome.
He is the artist behind that.
Wow, they're awesome. I really, they're really funny. I think they're very insightful. Awesome job.
I appreciate it. It's my way of contributing.
Thanks, Jeff, and you do it. It's so important. Thanks for the call. It's as important as anything. I mean, if you think about, here's the phone number, and I've got one line at this point, so you're welcome to join, and I hope you do. 850-252-8260. Anything about the city council meeting, me asking Council Member Curry to resign, he said no, and I expected him to say no, but that's all right. I think he knows now that you and I aren't going to take it. I feel like dire straits. We're just not. And not only from the jerks and the jackasses, the J&J crowd, but from even the nice guys. If you think you're going to rule over us and tell us what we can and can't do and ramp up ordinary activity into criminal activity, we got a problem. And you're going to be seeing us quite a bit, I promise you. But phone number again, 850-252-8260. I like what Jeff said about the discussion should have stopped there. But you know what? The Supreme Court also ruled that the state subsidies also opined that, it's funny because they don't rule by right, but they are ruling by might.
No, they're doing by stupidity. Do you know that
the force of guns with might?
Yes, but here's the funny part. For instance, if they were so important, then can you please explain to me how is that there is an EPA? The Supreme Court, quote unquote, ruled that the Nixon administration had no authority under the Constitution to create that administration, and therefore they ruled that the EPA was unconstitutional and illegal. Now, can please somebody tell me why is there an EPA 45 years later? And it's there. I didn't invent this. It's right there. So can you please explain that to me? And how are they going to enforce it if everybody say, I ain't going to do it? No, you move.
Yeah. Here too, I'm looking at a picture on Breitbart, and we see the gay flag, right? The rainbow flag is being waved. And isn't it interesting that that's being waved at the very time that the Confederate flag is under attack? Now, some people say...
I find it offensive.
Some people say that inanimate objects don't matter. I'm telling you, symbols do matter. Symbols matter a lot. You think of a cross. You think of a flag. You think of a wedding ring. Symbols matter. There's a story that sticks in my mind because I want to remember myself, and I want my daughters to remember that there's a higher sense, a transcendent source of morality than just their own opinion. That God said so. That's why it's right or wrong. I believe that, and I certainly believe that more than somebody's own opinion. And there's an example that sort of drives the point home for me. There's a story of a Jewish boy who was running around in New York with his buddies, and his buddies were pilfering candy bars from a drugstore and from a convenience store. And he thought, it's just a candy bar. It's not going to hurt anybody. It's not going to hurt the owner. really. So he stuck it in his pocket. And when he stuck it in his pocket, his yarmulke, his skull cap, was in his pocket. And that symbol reminded him that he was being watched by his maker. And it wasn't, the reason he didn't take the candy bar was not because of what it would have done to the store owner, but instead what it would have done to him, what it would have made him. And that's why I think symbols are important. And I talked to a priest recently, and he said that he's prone to anger as a human being. He says, but when he wears his collar, he's reminded that I can't yell at that guy for cutting me off, that I've got to behave myself. Symbols matter. And we're at a time where symbols and ideas are under attack. Our very history is under attack. Michelle Obama said in 2008 that we have to change our conversation, our history, and our traditions. And they show enough are doing it. It's really incredible, and it's a very big deal. Traditions matter. And you, Bobby, being a retired lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy, I mean, you talk about ceremony and tradition. These things matter, don't they?
They're not only important, biblically speaking, we have to have these ceremonies and these symbols like rocks put on the Jordan River to tell the children of the children and the children's children where your people crossed the Jordan into the promised land. A repetition of what Moses did crossing the Red Sea. The Navy is full of tradition. One thing I always thought that the Army uniform, for instance, I like to pokes on the Army. Why do they have so many of these patches and la da da da? Because I never paid attention to it. He's a soldier. Well, this Army officer, a local Panama City guy, as a matter of fact, he's an AME priest too. He told me the Army uniform is beautiful, Bobby, because every patch has a meaning and why is it there. Certain patches on certain armies, you're part of this unit, that means that it was in combat. If this means that this is your parent command. And when you learn these things, you can find a history in it. But if you lose your history, you don't know why you're doing the things. You know, why is there a Second Amendment? Is to remind people that it's the people power, and it's through force, unfortunately, like that water breaking the dam when it gets too high. These things are important. Symbols are important to remind you why you do it, even when you think that all your chips are down. You have to focus on symbols, and there are good symbols, and there are symbols that don't do anything, and there are symbols that are bad, and they're perverted symbols. I will point to our friends that as many people might find insulting the fact that that rainbow so-called flag is a perverted symbol. You look at a rainbow, a God's creation, to tell you there is hope. That's what he told Noah. This is my covenant. I'll give you a rainbow so you'll never see that I will destroy the earth. And you have a bunch of people who want to live a different type of life, taking a symbol, a godly symbol, and perverting it. And we got to be very careful that the court itself, the Supreme Court, is not perverting its own existence by establishing these quote-unquote decisions.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, I'm not a biblical scholar, but there are a few things that mean a lot to me. I'll tell you a few of my favorite little tidbits from the Bible that I live by. And one of them, probably my favorite, and I think it comes from Isaiah, is justice, justice you shall pursue. That is one I live by. Justice, justice you shall pursue. And that's why I can't live in a world where bullies are getting away with bullying and nobody is doing anything about it. And that's why you see me going apoplectic with the city council, because the former opinion leader in this town, Talk Radio 101, is not doing a damn thing about it. They are forbidden. Now, wouldn't you like to see, and I'm going to say this, and I'm sorry if it upsets anybody. I don't mean to. But wouldn't you like to have seen Daryl Day and me standing together in front of that city council? And if I don't do it, nobody does. Do you think WMBB is going to send somebody? Do you think Talk Radio 101? Do you think WJHG? Do you think the Panama City News?
You've got plans.
Good Lord. Sorry, forgive me. Who, if not who, if not now, when, right? And if not us, whom? Can't leave it up to anybody. And it would be really nice, quite frankly, to not have to stand alone. And that's why I'm grateful that you link arms with us and we make the ground rumble to the degree that we can. And the degree that we can is enough, as long as we're doing all we can every day to do it more. Do you agree? Let's see what you say. Wasn't sure if you and Daryl were still friendly. Daryl and I are still friends, and more than that, I love Daryl Day. And in fact, I respect Daryl Day very, very much. I consider him a big brother figure. I got him that position when I left and was so grateful that he took it. I do wish, however, that Daryl Day would stand up for the beach. And I'll leave it at that, okay? It would be, could you imagine the power of Daryl Day standing and saying, no, this is wrong, with the moral authority that Daryl Day can bring and the articulation that Daryl Day can bring? I long for that. I wish we had that. Maybe Daryl could take some body blows on this side, and I'll take some body blows on this side, and maybe, just maybe, the right thing would happen just a little bit faster. Wouldn't you love to see that? But we're not going to see that. At least we can't make that happen. Phone number is 850-252-8260. Listen, when they took me off the radio, that was the least of it. They took you off the radio from 11 to 2 in Tallahassee and in Panama City. They took your voice away. You can't call up the Clark Howard Show and say, Clark, I'm really upset about what's going on at the city council meeting. Your voice was yanked out from under you. Look, but that's okay. They didn't look. I have been places I haven't been wanted, so I go someplace else. I get it. I'll take a hint. You don't want me here. And if they didn't want us there, guess what? There are plenty other. This is America. There are plenty other places we can go, you and me, and do what we do every day. To stand against bullies like that, who mistakenly think that that's how you talk to citizens. And let me tell you something. The worst of it isn't over. For any city council member, I mean, if you've been around long enough, how long do you think I'll go before I stop? How long do you think? Do you think I'll give up maybe after I get tired? Do you think I'll give up after I say, oh, hell, they're going to win? Listen, they're going to change, or they're going to change. We're going to put different people in there, and we're not going to allow anybody to turn ordinary recreational activity into crimes. Your voice reaches places mine doesn't. I didn't see who that was, but God bless you. You should give yourself hearts, though, because I tell you what, this whole Periscope thing has inspired me. It's so good to see you there. And you know, some of you I've sent private invitations, and I said, Joe, hey, Joe, listen, I'll tell you, it is really, really important, because I've sent private messages and said, hey, that this is the future of podcasting. It's intimate. You can do it. You can have your, and it doesn't just have to be broadcast on a show. You can hit Periscope when you're at a rally. You are now your own citizen journalist. Isn't that powerful? It's like, do you know one of the greatest advancements to human liberty was the printing press? I mean, then you could mass produce pamphlets. It was unbelievable. Periscope is like the new printing press. It's that big a deal. So I hope that you'll get one or two people. Get them on Twitter. Get them on Periscope. Let's follow each other, and let's link arms. All right, phone number again, 850-252-8260, 850-252-8260. There were some things I wanted to bring up today. Do you know, by the way, who did the deciding vote in the Senate for Obama trade? Let's see what you say here. If the creator of the printing press were alive today.
Gutenberg.
Yeah. What I was going to say is Marco Rubio. He's the one who cast the deciding vote without even reading Obama trade. Now, this is another hallmark of America, and it's this. You'll get to see the law. You'll get to see the treaty after it's done. No more you'll see it in advance. No more there's a public debate. A hallmark of America is the opposite of what he promised. It is, we've got to pass the treaty. We've got to pass the bill so that you can find out what's in it. Yes, Marco Rubio did that. Marco Rubio is not a conservative. He's not what you think he is. I hate to tell you this. Bobby
He's
and
not
I,
a natural born citizen.
and then there's that. But you and I sort of feel like Michael Corleone and Frito. You broke my heart, Frito, right?
And you know what happens? I go fishing, go Hail Marys.
All right. Listen, I appreciate all your comments. I also want to encourage you to email me at myfreedomradio.com, myfreedomradio.com, or the Hearts for the Godfather. I've been watching Sopranos lately, by the way. Look at that guy. I love it.
They used to call me that in California. I don't know why.
It's on the opening. You remember one of my favorite parts of The Godfather is, and it's in a bad context too, because Michael became ruthless, right? Al Pacino became ruthless. But the point is, I'm like him in a certain way. When he said, "Don't you know me by now? Don't you know I'll do everything in my power? I'll do everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen." And I think some people have figured that out, but all I can do is comment on it. We have no leverage until you and I link arms. And I'm asking you, and I mean this, I am asking you to please do this. Will you please get one person, 2 people this week, and get them to just download the Periscope app and follow us so that we can have so many people that, listen, the kingmakers, they get away with what they get away with because they're a concentrated little group of power. And we're just a smattering, a scattering, and they just crush us. But when we surround them with numbers, and we stand like Captain America, and we look at them and we say, "You're not doing that."
Hell, you move.
And we call them out by name, and we tell the truth, unlike Sarah/Regina and her husband, the troll Joe. These people they give false names. The people they support give false addresses, and they call themselves godly. Standing on Scripture to steal the rights God gave us is using God's name in vain. It is putting the government above the gospel, and it is a form of idolatry. And you fake holier than holy molies, using the government to crush us with our free will when God Almighty won't. Listen, you can go take a flying leap as far as I'm concerned, because I would never do that to you. It is hypocritical. Amen. And if you disagree, you're welcome to call the show, but I'm not going to carve out part of my day to go spend time with somebody who sits here. It's really bizarre, but this is what online trolls do. This is what online agitators do. They do like nonsense arguments, right? They'll do things like this. You slandered Councilman Curry, right? When they really slander me, they go around and tell everybody. They go on websites all over the place. Bernie Thompson supports gang rape. Okay? That's what they say. I go and say, "Hey, homie over here," the telephone, because he didn't show up, Keith Curry's telephone, when I confronted him yesterday, this guy gave a false address. They call that slander. I call it accountability. So what they do is they say, "You slander us," when they're really the slanderers. It's this nonsense thing they do, and they do it, and look, I don't know this, but I would be willing to bet that they've been asked to call and divert my attention, because we're laser focused right now, and they don't like it. And so let's get Bernie to debate Joe Wright. No, not doing that. I would rather stay on Keith Curry's ass until Keith Curry's gone. And then I'm going to get on the next guy who wants to lord over us. See, I don't get diverted very easily, okay, with your nonsense arguments. First of all, get your name and address right, and then come talk to me.
Hey, Bernie, I have a question. Who was that when you worked in FM 101? There was a caller who was a fan of yours, and we were talking about the Sutherland, trying to divert things and not properly answering, and they wanted you to back off, which you didn't back off. And your caller, I forgot his name, but he made a great analogy about it. You say, well, don't they realize that Bernie Thompson, when there is a topic about the truth and go after it, he's like a pit bull that sticks onto your leg and you can't shake it off?
It was Blake. I remember now. It was Blake who I know, and I've enjoyed a glass of apple juice with at my favorite saloon. And I wonder if Blake's with us. Blake, if you're with us, say a quick hello. I remembered it was you. That's the, I remember. And
you're
it was
good,
it was
bro.
at, it was actually when I was in Tallahassee with Sheriff Finch when that comment came, and I was just figuring out Sheriff Finch. We were both eyeballing each other, right? Because Sheriff Finch, he doesn't trust people either, right? And the only person I ever stuck my neck on the line for, but he had to earn it too, was the medical examiner Siebert, Charlie Siebert. And I told Charlie Siebert in the studio, if you're lying to me, we're going to get you. So you can come in here every day, but if I catch you, we're going to get you. But if you're telling the truth, I'll stand with you. And we did. And you know what, Bobby? He was telling the truth. And I said the same thing with, I'm getting you glasses, says Miss Sarah Moon. I think it's about that time, B. Oh, man, it's catching up with me. But I looked at Sheriff Finch that day, and I said, Sheriff, are you telling me, can you look me in the eyes and tell me the truth? And he looked me in the eyes, and he said, I am telling you the truth. I did nothing wrong, and this is what happened. And you know Sheriff Finch, when he looks you right in the eyes.
Oh, yeah,
he's got that look.
steely eyes.
He's got that look. He's a combat veteran. He's got that look. And I said, if you're telling the truth, I'll stand with you until the end. And that's when Blake called and said, you don't realize, but, and this isn't necessarily a good, look, if we were friends or if we had a different relationship with him, it's not always good that I stay on things the way that I do. In some ways, it's a virtue. In other ways, it's not so good. But you're right. If I see injustice and I see somebody bullying somebody, I will not stop until it stops. So you're right about that.
Well, once again, Pitbull, you always talk about the truth. You don't care about winning an argument, but finding what's the truth. And once again, you said justice, 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 right, from Isaiah, right? But you cannot have justice, you cannot have hope if there is no truth.
Now you're using words. You're using the most important words that I say are the most difficult to define. And we've talked about this. If you think about the most important things in the world, love, right? Justice. Define love and justice. Define the American dream.
I can define justice very nicely.
And I want you to. Let's do that, because I said one of my favorite biblical scriptures is justice, justice you shall pursue. By the way, another one is, woe to those who call good evil and call evil good. And right now we're seeing that everywhere and always. So many people, do you agree with me, are turning things upside down. Look, this is the way it should work. God gave us, the same God who gave us life gave us liberty at the same time, said Thomas Jefferson. And then we created government, right? So it should go God, man, and government. But they flipped it on us. And now it is government, dreamers. See how they slipped them in, right? Citizens and citizens.
And no God.
And no God, right? They took the dreamers and they shoved God out. They put us at the bottom.
Actually, they reversed it. They called us dogs.
Right, and now and think about it. And now citizens are, as Daryl Day calls it, revenue generating units. Do you think that citizens today really have more rights or less rights? Obama's dreamers, hell, maybe than Obama's ISILs, as far as I know. But right now, illegal aliens are getting preferential treatment over Americans, and it's not just Democrats; it's Republicans. Governor Rick Scott, by the way, Governor Rick Scott signed into law 3 things: gave them driver's licenses, gave them 75% discounts on in-state tuition that Americans can't get, and number 3, the most shocking of all, Governor Rick Scott allowed them to be immigration attorneys. Illegal aliens can now be immigration attorneys. Woe to those who call good evil and evil good. And there's one more in Isaiah I like. All of a sudden I've become a biblical scholar here. No, I just know these. One of them is, God set forth a watchman and said, declare what you see. And that is sort of my role. So when Keith Curry says, put on your big boy pants and run, no, that's your role, homie. You govern, and you govern well. My role is to be a watchman, and in a free and civil society, that's important.
Well, and that's why Thomas Jefferson always called the press, which was the watchman back in those days, as the chimneys that pull all the noxious fumes and gases outside of government. In other words, to expose and clarify the air. But justice is very fragile if you don't have character, or men of character, women of character, exercising it. And that's why it's so important that you have, like you said, the most basic things are the hardest to define, but I can define justice very nicely.
Let's do it.
Giving each one what they deserve. No more, no less.
Now here's where I'm gonna complicate it a bit. I'm gonna complicate it a bit. According to whom?
According to the one who created the universe. According to the hood. According to the mob. According to the rule of law. According to the laws of nature and nature's God. I can go on and on. For instance, I go out because I like to surf. There's a Cat 3 storm out there, and I go on my surfboard. Now I drown. I got what I deserve. Because foolishly, I went to catch that great wave on a Cat 3 hurricane. So the laws of nature on its own did me in. You going to go and pet a lion and have these two lions, these magicians that had these tigers with them, the Bengal tigers, and then out of the blue, because of a flash, the tiger reacted and killed one of them. Dude, tiger, why did it took you so long to bite this guy? I mean, it's the natural order of things. So you got, and I'm not saying this in a bad way because I don't wish the guy wrong, but dude, if you put your hand in fire, what do you expect? Not to get burned? So there's a natural order of things. It's as very simple as the cash register. I hand over a $10 bill for an article that cost $5. I expect $5 back in return. But instead, the cash. So if I get suddenly, if they say they give me no change back, I say, hey, where's my change? I gave you a 10. Oh yeah. Or I gave you a 20. You need to give me $15 back. Mm-hmm. So they were unjust with me, that cashier register. But what if it is a $5 article? I hand over a 10, and the cashier gives me now $15 back because she thought I gave her a 20. She has been unjust to me because she gave me more than what I deserve. I only deserve $5, not $15 in that case.
Here's something that I think you'll like. I think justice is kind of like porn. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Let me elaborate. Stick around here. I think justice is kind of like porn. Yeah, I said it, and I'll tell you why. There was a case, a Supreme Court case, and I know you'll remember this, Bobby, where the Supreme Court justices, they took my video down, says Sarah Moon. Miss Sarah Moon, I'll tell you what I've really done is I've learned how to run off the trolls. Is I start talking about porn, their ears burn, they're out of here. It's kind of like if you don't want to market the BET crowd, for example, which is really what they're saying on the spring break issue, play country music. You don't have to pass a law. If there's a certain demographic you don't want, or if you don't want the rednecks, play Lil Wayne or something, right? It's not difficult. So we just ran off the sanctimonious crowd. But justice is like porn. That's the headline.
I'm waiting, brother.
That's the grabber right there. The grabber. So there was a Supreme Court ruling where a justice said...
There you go again with the ruling.
A Supreme Court opinion, and thank you. You'll get me straight on that. And a justice said, I can't define porn, but I know it when I see it. And that's kind of like justice. Yeah. It's kind of. For a lot of us, we can't define it, but we know it when we see it. We know what is unjust. We know that is not right. And there is something in me. When God made me, he might have been distracted, and he was only supposed to give me one, layer or something of hatred of injustice. But I think he just kind of just was talking or something, and because
and liberty too. He put too much liberty.
Because I have too much of that, and when it came to organization or discipline,
oh no, he forgot.
He forgot a few things. There's a few things he forgot. You look at Miss Sarah Moon, and you know what he gave her. He just kept on going, and but I think justice is like porn. You know it when you see it, and you know injustice when you see it, and the question is, what will you do about it? Are you going to say, well, when that happens to my family, I'll do something about it? Because I'm suggesting when it happens to one American, as Daryl Day says, it happens to every American. And I keep going back to Pastor Niemöller. Pastor Niemöller said, when they asked him about how the Holocaust happened, he said incrementally. He said first the Nazis came after the communists, but I didn't stick up for the communists because I wasn't one. And then they came after the unions, and I didn't stand up for the trade unionists because I wasn't one. And then they came after the Jews, and I didn't stand up for the Jews because I wasn't Jewish. But by the time they got to me, there was nobody left to stand up for me. That's what happens. And it's like that on the beach, Bobby. First, they came after the strip clubs, and nobody stood up for the strip clubs. Then they came after the super clubs, and then they came after the bars. And now they're on TGI Fridays, and they're on Applebee's. And that's exactly what happens. That's why when they do it to you, Colleen Schwab, when they say that you can't own your scooter business because they deem it a nuisance, that's when we flip the tortilla, as Bobby likes to say, and we say, no, City Council, you're the nuisance. There's no greater threat or nuisance than an arbitrary and capricious government that can convene emergency meetings and vote on who can do what, when, and where. Am I right or wrong? I was going to give the phone number out, but I think I'll just hand the mic over to Bobby.
Well, I see that we're running out of time here shortly, but justice can only be based on truth. The people of Panama City Beach, and I take a lot of exception to this commissioner because he disrespected not only you as a person, but he disrespected the citizens of Panama City Beach. Not only in his demeanor, what he told you to shut up. No, Mr. Curry, you don't tell us to shut up. You, on the other hand, you are told to shut up and listen to the people who put you there. We pay your salary. You are an employee. End story. But you also disrespected the office you have been in. And quite frankly, you owe Mr. Thompson and the people of Panama City Beach an apology. And the mayoress, she also requires an apology because she was very unprofessional inviting both of you to go outside like if it's you take it out to the parking lot and see what happens. Excuse me? Excuse me? No, I don't think so. That is not only disrespectful, is unprofessional, unbecoming, and you owe us, the people of Panama City Beach, an apology. It's very simple. And Mr. Curry, quite frankly, you perhaps should resign. I think so too.
I just got a message, Bobby, that yesterday's meeting, and I need to double check this, and this is why I love Periscope. Wow. All right, you ready for this? If you're listening either on YouTube or Periscope, or if you're listening on My Freedom Radio, I'm about to check something. You're not going to believe this is true. Let me get everything squared away here. But the video, they post all of the city council meetings. Let's see here. The computer is sort of dragging at the moment, but I'll linger if you'll stick around with me. It's Friday, right? So, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. If I refresh, before I just blurt this out, I want to double check. They keep all of the meetings, the videos on pcbgov.com. pcbgov.com. It appears that it is there still. So let's see if it pulls up, though. It looks like it's going to pull up. We'll see. The link that I shared was gone. Okay. Well, let's see. I'm waiting for it to pull up. I would expect that they did not remove the city council meeting from yesterday. Let's see here. I'm not seeing the video pull up. Could not plug in. All right, we're going to try it again. Will you check it out? Will you go to the Bernie Thompson show? Yeah. Thank you, Mel.
There it is. No, that's yesterday.
No, it looks like it's there still.
That's yesterday.
Yeah, and that's the one we're talking about. And you know what? I'll end with this. I want you to hear what I said, if you didn't hear it, to the city council yesterday. I think it's coming up real soon here, and we'll run over a little bit. But I want you to hear what I said when I called for his resignation. It appears to still be there. And if the link that I put up has been changed or whatever, then we can fix that. But let's tune into the meeting yesterday, and I'll even show you the video Hey Bernie says hi. Is going to. I'm sorry, I'm missing some of you. All right, here we go.
I had mentioned to you that, to my surprise, I took Councilman Curry up on his offer to come visit him at his house, which was quite frankly the most bizarre thing I've ever been told in 9 years dealing with elected officials. Longer than that, if you consider my time as a public affairs officer in the U.S. Air Force. I don't think I've ever heard that before, and it sounded a whole lot like a challenge. And I didn't appreciate at all Councilman Curry's hostility and belligerence afterward, to the point that police had to sort of step between us. I invited him to come on my show, and without getting into too many details, I didn't appreciate that. I certainly, though, didn't appreciate knocking on the address that he gave and finding out that it was a police officer's address. I certainly didn't think that was going to happen. I mean, I had been getting conflicting reports, but it was awfully strange. When he gave that address, he said, "My name is Keith Curry, and I live at this address, and I'm not giving that address again just because it's not his." And so what I'm asking Councilman Curry is, I asked you to recuse yourself from the last vote based on news reports, and today I'm asking you to resign based on giving a false address and telling a citizen to shut up and challenging a citizen. Will you resign?
No, sir.
Okay, Madam Mayor, would the council and you consider censuring Councilman Curry for his behavior? That would chill speech and dissenting points of view from average citizens. It's not easy for me to stand in front of you and call for this. It is very difficult for citizens to muster up the courage to come in front of you in this setting and do that. And I'm asking if you would censure him for giving a false address. We don't give false addresses, and we don't expect him to.
Mr. Thompson, we would have to talk about it with the legal staff, but in the last incident that involved a council person, we were told that the Ethics Commission would be the people that would do that.
Understood. Thank you for letting me express my point of view and what happened. Appreciate it very much.
So that's how that went down.
See you.
And so the link is still there. Maybe they changed it from the link that I did. Hey, Bernie says hi to my grandson. Getting a lesson from you right now. Well, I'm glad you're with us. And if you keep coming back, you'll learn more and more about one of the great gifts that God gave us, and that is the gift of liberty, the right to pursue your dreams, to live a self-directed life, to find out what you love, and to do what you want to do in America. And if you want to start with a lemonade stand, like my little girl, without being harassed. I'm glad you're here, and I hope that you'll come back and tell everybody. Get Periscope. Check it out on YouTube. My Freedom Radio, one word, myfreedomradio.com. And there's going to be more places. My goal is to give you so many places, so many venues to join this show that you won't be able to not find me anymore, no matter what they do. Thanks for being with us. And Bobby, thank you for sharing your time.
Thank you for having me over here in the Freedom Lounge, Liberty Lounge, Whiskey Rebellion, and I thank all your public and your fans. Push up the Liberty, link arms. Do not despair. Liberty and truth is on our side. It's not easy, but it's worthwhile the sacrifice.
Yeah, it's obviously not easy, or everybody'd be doing it. And you know as well as I do that the only place around here that's going to tell you the truth is this place, because I'm not beholden to Wes Pittman's advertising dollars or anybody else's. I'm beholden to the truth, and I promise you that the truth will have its day, because as Bobby Lago said, it is irrepressible. And when I stood up there, look, if you think it's easy for me to do that, it's not. You should see the anxiety I get when I'm at home sometimes. It's not easy, but somebody's got to do it. And you know what? It's bigger than me, and it's bigger than Curry. The truth is bigger than all of us, and it will have its day. The only question's going to be, where were you along the way? And I hope that you've linked arms with us. Thanks so much. It's Friday. Have a good weekend. Learn something. Find out something new. You know, I don't know who it is who said it. Oliver Wendell Holmes. I can't believe I recalled it. He said, man's mind, stretched to a new idea, never returns to its original dimensions. So let's expand our minds, and let's prepare for this intellectual revolution, you and me. Thanks for being with us, and I will see you next on Monday. Thank you very much.